OBS says it's working. Now let's actually check the actual feeds. See if that's true or not.
Casey, stop looking at feet. That's gross.
Bray. Bray. I swear to Lord. I'm just trying to work. Alright, good news. Both are looking great. Cool. Okay, if you'll allow me. For those who are tuning in, first off, I'm joined here by Mini One.
Hi.
He's doing his own stream. We're just hanging out. But I am doing my participation in the Vtuber Tiny Jam for 2026. I knew what I was gonna say next, and I totally spaced out on it. So I guess that's what we're doing. So a couple things before we dive into it. I'm gonna start this timer for 2 hours. Every 2 hours, I am going to be forcing myself to take a break and do stretches. That way we don't get too exhausted. It's also going to be my reminder to get water and food. So we're going to start that now. Now, the scope of this project. Ignore all this text, because this design document was made very hastily, like last week, and then I wrote the rest of it today. So, let's start with the design concept. Shout out to our buddy Joe. He came up with the concept for this game jam once again. We will be doing essentially a remake of an obscure ship game that he's very nostalgic for called Naval Ops Warship Gunner, which released on the PlayStation 2 back in 2003. It's basically an arcade naval combat game that looks like this, where the appeal is that you can customize the ship and put the guns wherever you want, which is pretty cool. I've never heard of this game. I'll be honest, I have never heard of this game until you brought it up. Yeah, but it looks fun. I watched some videos. I interviewed him to get an idea. This is what all this text is for, is just to get an idea of what I need to accomplish. So, you know, I got the audio assets I probably need to find or make, the 2D assets that I'll probably make in Krita, the 3D models that I'll need to make in Blender, the enemy types that I'll need to make AI for, and the detection methods is something that Heath said was a really cool mechanic. If I can make time to make it make sense, we'll do it, but I don't know. Now, a twist that I'm going to be putting on the original game is I'm going to make it more of a roguelike game. The original game has like a scripted campaign with missions, kind of like Ace Combat, Air Combat, whichever you play. We don't have time for that. So I'm just going to script some waves and then make an endless mode just to make this more fun. Enemies will drop weapons that players can unlock, attack their ship. Get ready for the next encounter. So today's goals is set up the basic character movement, see if I can figure out the camera dead zone today. I have an idea on how I think I want to do it, but I'm not sold on it. We're going to use primitive shapes to represent the core gameplay loop, and then we're going to experiment with another method of shooting the added weapons that I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try. And I'm probably going to get asked this question a lot throughout this event, but for the people who may be watching this later, or now, you know, I'll be using Unreal Engine 4.27.3. The only reason I'm not using Unreal Engine 5 is because my desktop is how I stream, and my desktop can't run Unreal Engine 5. I have used Unreal Engine 5 on my laptop. I think it's pretty nice, but I'm honestly more familiar with 4.27 anyway, so that's what we're going to use for this project. Cool. Now that the project scope is out of the way, let's actually start. We're going to be using the third-person template for this, just because the game, you can see in the screenshot, is third-person. Let's set up some stuff. I'm going to be using blueprints because I barely learned C++ for a year, but I'm very familiar with blueprints. We'll make our game scalable quality just because this is a game jam, you know, we might need that for the performance. Target is desktops, and we're not going to use any starter content. We honestly don't need it. So we'll just call this obscure boat game.
You're an obscure boat game. How dare you? It may be obscure. It may be a boat game.
Yeah?
Oh.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
It might be obscure. It might be a boat game. Yes.
Horses can't climb down cliffs.
But they can climb up cliffs.
They can't climb up cliffs either, no.
What are you talking about? I played Skyrim.
Well, I'm not playing Skyrim. I'm playing Diablo.
Ah, then yes, that's different. Okay. Just because I want to optimize the file size of this game, because I don't know how it's going to be. Let's start by making sure our VR assets are turned off. We don't need any of those. XR. Oh, I should probably do all. Then do VR. Yep, turn that off, turn that off. Turn that off.
Where the hell am I going? Oh.
I don't think they actually add that much data, but it's better to just have it prepared in case it does. Okay, so first off, I want to make a new folder. This will be our...
It's having me travel forever away.
Z assets, so that way it's at the end of the line. Let's give it a color. We'll give it red. That way I know this is
a treasure goblin.
We're going to work out of. Just to make sure we continue to work out of that, we're going to copy the third person template, paste it in there so we can tweak it however we like. Alright, so first off, let's change the skeletal mesh to be a static mesh. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I plan on excuse me. I plan on the ship being a static mesh. Of course, it's not that easy. Okay, fine. We're gonna make a new character blueprint, and I'll make it third person by myself.
I'm gonna make my own boat with blackjack and hookers.
Oh, it comes with the freaking skeletal mesh? That's annoying. Okay, well, we're just gonna pretend that doesn't exist by just not using it. Okay. Make sure we change this file to clear boat. Okay, so first things first.
What about unclear boat?
Unclear boat? I don't know, man.
Oh, I need to reset my Vtuber position. It got off-centered for some reason.
So first things first, I want to make the camera really high up. That did not work. Why is that not working? Oh, it's because the camera boon, isn't it? So let's reset this. Grab the camera boon. Slide that puppy up. Oh, right. That's not the issue. The issue is that the game mode is still using the classic third-person blueprint, and I want it to use player boat. Now if I try.
I want to be a boat. Leave me alone.
There we go.
It's not a phase.
That might be too high. We'll just set it to here for now, and then we'll work off of that. Let's get rid of the character mesh. I need a static mesh. Call this boat body. Oh, there's already a static mesh. What am I doing? Let's get a cube.
I got debated.
Unfortunate. Okay, and then just to make sure we represent the boat really, really well here, we're going to stretch it out quite a bit. Not that way, evidently. Oh, shoot. Too much. Let's try size 5. Oh shit, the camera's getting stretched too. I do not want that. So camera, we'll set it back to 1.
Elongate camera.
I need that to stand out better. folder. We'll call it materials. We'll create a new material from scratch. We'll call it test material. We'll promote the base color to a variable. And we'll give it a, I want a really standout color. So maybe, you know, in honor of the man who inspired this project, we'll make it green.
What does it say? I actually don't care what it says. Just hurry up.
And we'll make it 100% metal.
Oh god. How do you emote in this god-awful game? I don't teleport back.
Test material. There we go. Now, we can see how our boat looks.
Controls. Here we go.
So, first things first, I'd like to change the character movement so that way there is very slow deceleration. Braking, deceleration, walking. What if we turn that to 5? How bad is that? Not what I need.
Did I pass it? Am I blind?
Braking friction. Okay, what if we
There
turn
we
that
go.
to... That feels a little bit better. What if we turn that down to... This is risky, but let's turn it down to 0. See what that does. Yep. What I thought. Okay, cool. So let's try turning that to, I don't know, 0.25. Oh yeah, that feels very... that feels very boaty. Okay, so now we need to just turn down the acceleration. So let's turn down the acceleration to, I don't know, 1K. It still feels a little bit fast. 500. Okay, now the next issue is that the braking still feels a little too harsh. What if we turn that down to 0.15? How does that feel? Yeah, that feels great, actually. Okay, so now we just need to figure out the turning. Character movement setting. Nope.
I guess I'm just supposed to attack him, so we'll just fuck him up. Even though it says survive the attack, I'll punch his face in. Like the man I am.
The main. So if I go to player default.
Oh yeah, I gotta do the seasonal stuff.
It'd be something about words. Don't care about that.
Lace I guess I'll go do the. I got the hiccups.
Are you good?
No, I got the hiccups.
Couple just in horizontal ground velocity or base rotation. That has to do with like. What if I like that?
You know what's the sad thing about not having noise suppression on Steam?
Mm.
You're gonna hear how often I actually move in my chair.
I'm
The
sure there's
answer
a
is
way
a
to do
lot.
it. I'm sure there's a way to do it, and we just don't know yet.
I will enter this dungeon and then I will go dig around real quick because I got time.
I just like checked the OBS because I was doing my typical like make noise to make noise while I think, and it didn't pick it up. So now I'm just kind of like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? We don't need to worry about the jumping mechanics, so we can get rid of that. You know what? That's what I probably should have done, is actually go through the inputs.
I've turned my voice threshold to high. Am I speaking loud enough that you can hear me?
Yeah.
So we'll try that. What am I doing?
I wonder if I turn this down to maybe like -0.5 and 0.5, will that actually solve my turning issue? Not really. Kinda not really. Let's just try one more thing, and we'll turn it back to normal if it does. Save. Not quite. Okay. Well, let's set that back to normal. I think what we'll try and do. Okay, so get control rotation, break rotator, make rotator, Z-yaw, get right vector, and I maybe divide that by float 2. Or yeah, divide by 2. Maybe that'll have it. Maybe that'll make it worse. I don't know. Reset VR. Oh shoot. Get rid of that.
Reset Okaiba.
Yeah, I don't think that did anything. Okay. We'll just do some research on that later. I want to try and make as much progress as possible, so let's go to our notes here. Set up basic boat shape and reduced friction for boat. And then we'll do an underline to do. Reduce turning speed. And we'll come back to that. So let's make a new folder. We'll call it blueprints. Throw this in there. And then we'll make an actor here. And this will be our turret. We'll represent this with 2 cubes. Or, yeah, we'll just do 1 cube. We'll call it turret. Meter cube. You know what? No, we're gonna use 2 cubes. And the reason why, because I want a turret muzzle. There we go. So let's go to the event graph. And what we'll do here is we'll add a variable and we'll call this owning actor. This will be a generic object reference.
Patiently waiting on the lady.
The actor reference? Yeah, actor object reference. The reason we're doing this is because I'd like this turret to be usable by the enemy NPCs as well. So I'd like for the turrets to be able to ask who's my owner, and they will respond to. So Let's start with event. Oops. Custom event. Call it shoot. Then we'll get owning actor. And if owning actor is equal to be an input, actor reference. I'm pretty sure the way I'm about to do this is probably not very smart, but we're here to learn. We're here to learn. If we learn a better method over the course of development, we'll do that. So we'll do line trace by channel. World location. Get forward vector. Multiply this by a float. That float will designate the distance that this will go. So we'll do, I don't know, 1000. So start there. Then I think you're supposed to add these two vectors together. And that becomes the end of the line trace. Set it for duration. Actually, you know what? For this exercise, because I just want to make sure that this works before I start doing weird stuff. Say event shoot, do the line trace by channel.
Before I go do that, let's go here.
Okay, so what we're gonna do to test this, we're gonna throw this in here. So set it up on that ledge, actually. That way it's easier to see.
There's so many friends with me. I got 4 people just chilling.
So next, what we're gonna do is I need to actually open the project settings and put some inputs in real quick. Smart. So let's get some action mappings here. We'll start with the shoot button, the all-important shoot button. We'll bind that to the left mouse button. We'll say weapon 1, which we'll set as our 1 key. Sorry, let's emphasize weapon type. And we'll let the player carry up to 3 weapon types. So weapon type 3, 2, and 3. Cool. Now to test this, we'll go to put action shoot. And on pressed, get all actors of class. We'll look for turret. Cast 2. Oh. Break. For each loop with break. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Or actually, can I just do a regular for loop? For each loop. Get the array, get the executable. There we go. Cast 2 turret parent. And do okay. This should work. Yep, that works. Oh my god. Okay, so the next issue is that the turret is not actually facing the right direction. But we can fix this by just 1 and 5, and then we'll just it's over. And no one will be the wiser. Unless you watch the stream. Then you're the wiser. Okay, so now what I want to check is if we can make it recognize who owns the turret. So that's what this whole setup is for. So right now, this owning actor should be value blank. Okay? So go back here, you can see owner call reference. So if we leave this blank, it shouldn't let us shoot. It's letting us shoot. Ah! Oh, right, I didn't plug it in. Why are you still letting me shoot? I'm not your owner. Is owning actor equal to owner call reference? If yes, line trace by channel. If false, let's say if false, print string. Okay, so what if we break these up and switch them? Interesting. Okay, so now what if I plug this in as get a reference to self? I hate you. Doing everything you represent. But at least it works. So theoretically, now it's not working. What is your problem?
Many things. You're not talking to me.
I know. I know. Oh, I know what's going on. Event begin play. Set owning actor. I think that should make it blank. Whatever, man.
Escape the cave. It's collapsing.
Here's what we'll do. Why is it working this way? Maybe because it's actor reference and not object reference? Change the variable type. Nope, that still works. I don't know why that works, but it does work.
They all died because they weren't cool enough like me.
Get owning. What if we do the branch here? Is owning actor equal to us? And then, if true, shoot. Did that in the wrong order because I'm smart. Here, plug that there, and plug this. Then we'll just disconnect this.
Oh, because I left, I have to go back. That's silly.
Okay, so now, let's say theoretically, child actor, or
This is a Nickelodeon. We don't need those.
Let's call this turret array. Make this an object reference. And then change this to an array file. And oh, this is gonna be so tricky.
Favorite songs.
Let's do this. Copy this actor, paste it, put it there.
You want to listen to a pretty chill song, Casey? The Observatory from Majora's Mask has a wonderful MIDI.
I mean, most of Majora's Mask OSTs pretty chill, from what I've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's do this. If I go to this second turret here, should be There's a way to look at variables. Thinking it right. Maybe they changed that. Oh well. See, this is the part that I'm so worried about, is the weapon systems game. Yeah. Let's try we play for a second just so I can get an idea what I want to do.
Oops.
I think begin play.
He exploded.
You know what? We should set up a save system. That's what we should do, because that'll help me think through this a little bit. So let's go to Blueprint class. We're gonna make a save object. We're gonna call this player save. Actually, let's make it boat save, because Unreal Engine's default assets will still show up in the search results, and I don't want to get confused. So variables. We're going to need to make an array of turrets on boat. Will be an object reference. Okay. There was another variable I wanted to make, and I already forgot it was. I don't know. Here, let's one thing at a time. So let's say, let's just make a custom event real quick. Input. I'm already spinning my wheels, dude. Keyboard events. Let's bind it to number 9. And what we're going to do is we're going to...
Oh. I thought healing wells restored resources.
Right, hold on. Does save game exist? I'm going to call it slot 1. Branch. Slot 1. Create save game. Save game to slot 1. Okay. And what we're gonna do?
Yeah, we gotta watch this guy die because he's a tool.
Okay, yeah. I need another keyboard event. Keyboard. Let's make it 0. When we press it, we're going to set this. Where did I just that? Ah. This. We're gonna get all turrets, and then for each loop, we're gonna make an array and add them to the array. And then when we save the game, we are going to get our turret array set turret. Right? Oh, I need to. Oh my god. Okay, so that's 9 is my save game button. I need a different button for load game button. Okay. How about enter? Keyboard enter. That'll be our load game button. So press. We want to do does save game exist? Gotta be in slot 1. Then we're gonna do a branch. And then if save game does exist, we're gonna load game from slot 1. We're gonna get. Alright. What is your problem? Why do I not remember how saves work?
Oh no.
Save game. Oh wait, maybe cast to boat save. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Of course it's that simple. Ah! Get turrets on boats. I'm gonna set the turret array to match. So for each loop, we're going to get those turrets, add them to our array, and then set owning actor to so just remember the keybinds. 9 is to save, 0 is to make all the turrets mine, and enter is to load the fact that they are mine. That did
2 more
nothing.
levels.
Okay, let's do this.
I should go do my season stuff.
Event, declare owner, just to make sure this is testing correctly here. String. And only do it if fine. 0. Oh, I mean, okay, that worked. I didn't set up that print string correctly, but that works. So when I start the game, they're not mine, but when I hit 0, they become mine. Okay. Oh. Set up for loop for triggering turret events. You know what, I'm gonna use a format that I'm actually familiar with. We're gonna call our blueprint actors. Use you. We're gonna call our blueprint actors with bold and italics. Yeah. And then we'll use italics for functions and components. So set up basic boat mesh. Not bold. And then boat move. Cool. Okay. Now we need to figure out how to make them aim where we need them to. So that'll have to be an event tick thing. Event tick. Get owning actor. Get rotation. Actually, no. This is freaking annoying. Cast to player boat, which means that I need to do something different for when it's AI players. Whatever. Get rotation. Get target rotation. Get control rotation. Get world rotation camera boom. Do that.
One of my favorite interactions in Diablo 3, right?
Yeah.
I just got reminded of it. One of the angels becomes a human because he sacrifices, being an angel to save the world. And he's like, my stomach feels weird. They're like, oh, you didn't forget to eat again, did you? He said, no. In fact, I did all the day's eating in one sitting.
Jesus.
I think about that.
Think about that a lot. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to. Hold on. What I had was correct. It's this part that's wrong. Get world rotation. It would help if I spelled correctly. Camera. Okay, so if this works. Level. Oh my god, it fucking worked. Oh my god. This was the one part of working on this game that I was super worried about, but it works. I think 9 was to save.
Oh, that doesn't give me a waypoint? Well, fuck you too then.
If I exit and hit play and hit enter. Nope. Well, I mean, at least the turret system is working. That was actually like one of the tough parts I was worried about. What we need to worry about now is how do we make these turrets appear on the mesh? So let's try something extremely silly. I'm so... Okay, one more thing I want to check actually. So 0, 9, save. I jump back in and hit enter. Okay, so the save system's not working, but that's okay. What I want to check is if I were to save. Dude, how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? I go to the static mesh, right? I can't add sockets to it, which is what I would normally do for skeletal meshes, is add a socket and say this is where the gun goes. For first-person shooters, like I just add a socket in the hand, and then the hand will always hold the gun correctly. You can't do that with static meshes because they don't have bones. So the challenge becomes how do we add those points?
Point out their shortcomings, Casey.
Well, if they just had some calcium, bro, they wouldn't be the target of my harassment, now would they?
If I pointed out that you didn't have any bones.
I mean, if it was true, I would be offended, but at the same time, it's a fact. No bones. No calcium. Okay. Think. Is it possible to... This is going to sound stupid, because it probably is. But let's do this. We'll add a print string at the end of the save system. We're just saving the game. We'll say save to exist slot and save to new slot.
Why did it have me look at the damn book that he was looking at? That doesn't make any sense. It's save so dumb. I'm leveling up my mercenary. I won't take this abuse anymore.
Okay. So we know that this 0 function, the enter function, probably not. What if I just add this to the end of it? Oh, you know what's probably not happening? Because I'm an idiot. I'm not actually saving anything. I created a save slot that's holding nothing. So what I need to do, drag this out, and do cast to save, boat save. Do this twice. One down low, one on high. And what we need to do, first of all, break this. Look this up. We need to set the turret array. So we need to get our current turret array and set it to the saved turret array. So that way, every time the game saves, it checks if the player owns boats. And if they own boats, then the boats will be saved. Or not the boats, the turrets. If the player owns turrets, turrets will be saved. Say it with me, John. If the player has turrets, the turrets will be saved.
If the turret player has save.
Perfectly executed. That's why you're the best.
Got it.
Okay, so here's what I want to do, actually. So at the end of the enter bind, we'll say load game does not actually no exist. Oof, casting till we make it. Yeah, that's right, ever wanted. Casting till we make it. Okay. And then we'll say save exists. I just want to test that. No exists. I mean, we don't need the save system this early, but I would like to have it working. Okay, so 0 to trigger ownership of the turrets. 9 to save that fact. Okay, so
am I done?
It's not creating a save at all. 9 to save game exist. If false, create save game object. Any reason you still use UE4? Yes. I use UE5 on my laptop, but I'm streaming from my desktop because it can handle streaming better, and it can't run Unreal 5 for some reason. That's the only reason. As silly as it sounds, my desktop can't handle what my laptop can.
Very silly.
Oh, you know what? The 9 button's not even working. Because when I press 9, we're not seeing any print strings. So let's do this. We'll drag this out. Do a print string early, just so we can make sure that button is working and my keyboard is not broken. Good. That's a good start. Next, we'll add the print strings to the beginning of the branches, just to see what triggers. So we'll say true. Oops, copy paste that. Make this false. Break this. False. Okay, so create save game object. Try Control D when copying. Okay, Control D. Oh, hold on, let me try on something else. Control D. I don't think that's doing anything different, but we can play around with that. Try Control D when without copying. Is that like opposites or? It duplicates things faster. Oh, so if I do... I don't think that's doing anything, unfortunately. Let me open the engine. Oh, okay. No, you're all good. It's day one, so it's okay if we're a little slow on some things right now. So let's get false put on after create save game object, because maybe create save game object is not. Oh, that's my issue. I'm blind. I didn't set the create save game object to be our boat save. That's why nothing was working. I think. We're about to find out. So new slot should print now. Wow, I'm freaking brilliant. So now if I go back in and hit 9, yep, now I have a save. So now in theory, let me own turrets. What game are you trying to make? Here, let me recap for you real quick. I have a little design document. A buddy of mine is really nostalgic for this game called Naval Ops Warship Gunner. Game that looks like this. It's an arcade naval combat game where the cool feature is that you can customize the guns on your boat and, you know, change out the turrets and place them anywhere on your dock. So pretty cool looking game. I've never heard of it until he mentioned it to me at the end of last year, but I thought, hey, why not use this gem to learn how to make it and learn new skills in Unreal Engine, you know? Okay, so we know that it's saving now, and we know that it recognizes we have a save now. So now what I want to test is if I own the turrets, then save, then exit, load the save, and hit enter, save game exists, but it didn't add the turrets to my... Well, then again, what we probably need to do is take this out, break the array for each loop with break, and what we need to do for each one is cast to turret. Probably don't need to do that, but we're gonna do it anyway. Select a node and control D, but it may not work in Unreal 4. Probably not. Unreal Engine 5 has a lot of really cool convenience features that Unreal 4 doesn't have, which is why I use it on my laptop when I'm working on that platform. Set owner. No, owning actor. Get a reference to self. So now, in theory, when I load my save, the turrets will become mine for real.
Don't ignore my dub joke.
I'm going to ignore your dub jokes. Okay, it's not working. Set owning actor. I wonder if it's because...
In all honesty, if I wasn't introduced into the Tengu first, the Yoni might be my favorite yokai.
How long is the game jam? I have a timer in the bottom left. Sorry if it's a little hard to read, but it ends on March 1st. So we got a little bit of time. Owning actor. Yeah, that should be working. Unless what I want to do is... Nope. Yeah, all actors of class with tag. Oh shoot, that's right. Tags. Can I add tags? Interesting. Okay. So let's do this. We'll do a make array.
I'm playing as a paladin, and somehow I'm a helldiver.
Helldiver.
I'm literally diving into hell.
Know a place that sells animation pack for characters besides Fab? Mixamo is a free resource that's got motion capture. And if you don't like Mixamo, there is a gentleman on Pizza Poly named Quaternius. He makes 3D models and animation packs professionally. So I recommend checking his website out or his Pizza Poly page if that interests you. Oh, I saw it. I need to have it be this is a name. Name. And we'll call it owner tag.
So
then what we'll do is go back to here. And when we are declaring the owner, we will also oops, I'm really good at spelling. Declare owner. I spelled owner wrong, but don't look at that. Not important. We'll call
I'm
it
getting hot.
getting hot.
Yeah, I was in I'm in hell. Or like a hell-ish place, so
Are you talking about Arizona? Just kidding.
it's Arizona, but without the golf courses.
That truly is another level of hell. Okay.
Very few people get that reference.
That's fine. Okay, so we'll do that.
It's
The Mars.
a Simpsons reference. Believe
Oh,
it or
is
not.
I did not know that.
Yeah. It's from one of the Treehouse of Horrors where Bart wants to go to school in hell because he's actually thriving and wants to thrive. And Homer's describing like various difference of hell. So he's like the dark abyss, Arizona, but without the golf courses. And the principal of the school goes, actually, we do have golf courses, but all the greens are tricky.
Are tricky?
Tricky. Which means they're very hard.
Oh, you know what? I'm all kinds of stupid today. So the reason why this isn't working isn't because we aren't telling these turrets that we own them. The issue is we're telling the game to save the fact that we own turret A and turret B, but those are instanced. Every time we load up a new level, these turrets no longer have owners. So what we need to do is when we save turrets to our array, we need to spawn said turrets and tell them when they spawn, we own you. I love game jams. They stress me the fuck out. So what we're gonna have to do, right?
Burning alive.
Spawn. Nope. Spawn actor from class. We want to find turret.
Highly cool down.
And it's only gonna spawn 2 because we only have 2. Which tells me that we also need to come up with a transform array. We're here to learn. We're here to learn. Transform spawns array. Get reference. Then just to test that this works, we're gonna spawn 2 transforms here, and we're gonna set them to. This turret is currently located at 1030, 380. Let's have a turret spawn on the question mark here. I can click on it.
I'd have many questions if your mom was hiding a turret anyways.
What?
You didn't hear me. I said, you said the turret is currently located. I said your mom's house.
Oh. It does raise questions. That's the 205. And then we'll copy this. Then the second transform will be, I don't know, 200. And then we'll do array index like this. Do that. Get rid of that, because we can just do this. And then just to make our system a little bit better, set owner tag. I already forgot what the tag system was called in here. Is it just called tags? Am I crazy? Oh, right, cast to declare owner. Right, that's what. Oh, cast to not cast, just declare owner. We're already casting. Ah. I felt so smart today when I was programming my other project. I feel so stupid right now. I guess we don't need a cast, huh? And we'll keep it just in case. So let's test that. If I hit enter, it should just spawn it since I already got the turrets in the array. We don't need to scream. It is beneath us to scream. Think.
I have no mouth, but I must scream.
What if I just break this? Then just print string. I just want to see if this works.
What if I just break this and then leave?
Okay. Evidently, that's not working. Okay, does it work before it touches the for loop? How about that? It works. Okay, so the issue has to do with how the for loop is working. You can't see it, but I'm already leaning forward in my seat. I need to sit up.
Gamer lead.
Gamer lean. I put my chair in gamer mode. No. Wanted to. Let's just check what happens if I. What if I just do this? Oh. Hold on. It is spawning the turret. I just don't see it. That's concerning. Why don't I see it? Transform is 05. Oh, it's spawning in there, isn't it? So if I just set this to maybe 100. There it is. Okay. Plug this in. Oh my god, we did it.
For some reason, it wouldn't let me claim that season reward.
So for some reason, this array index, or not array index, if we break completed, yeah, if we break completed, it doesn't work. So something about how this array is looping is not working correctly. So let's try and be silly here. What if I just plug it in like that? Don't think that's how that's gonna fix it, but yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Something about this is not working. What would it be?
I guess I'll go complete it again, just to see.
Let's do something extremely silly. Let's break this. Grab this. And also this. Slide that to the right. I just want to see if this is going to at least print the string twice. Because right now we should have 2 turrets in our array. that's a negative. Okay, what if I do the array index? Dead. Interesting. Very interesting. Yes. Well, at least we know this works to some extent. It's just only looping once, and that's where my concern lies. Because if we do straight to completed, it spawns it just fine.
I'm not on hard? Am I dumb?
It spawns it just fine. Okay, so let's try something a little different. Attach actor to actor. So let's say our parent actor is of self. We don't have a socket. Of course we don't have a socket. Why would we have a socket? Doesn't need a socket. I mean it works, I guess. Ow. Oh my god, that's beautiful. I love it. Okay, sure. Set up for loop for triggering turret events. You know what, let's just do an indent here and just say created turret events. Yeah, created turret events. So we did a for loop to trigger turret specifically. Shooting. Nope, I don't want italics. I just want bold. Shooting events. We set up a save system. A boat save specifically. Boat save.
A boat with guns.
To save owned turrets. And then we also set up a load game to retrieve owned turrets. And then I'm gonna say identified, because it's not implemented, but we identified actor to our, oh my god, attach actor to actor node as potential method of adding turrets to boat. Not bad. And we still have 50 minutes before I need to take that break, so we're looking great. There's got to be another way to attach actors to actors though that have more precision. There's attach actor to component, but that means I would need a component for every part of the ship. And that's not really my intention. It's also attach, wait, hold on. Well, yeah, no, it still has a socket name. Maybe something I could do is when I make the actual boat, I'll actually give it a one bone skeleton and then just put a bunch of sockets where I would like the grid to be. That could be something. Can't get over the fact that the turret works like this. Okay, breaking friction. Is there like a floor friction? Ground friction. Is this one of those higher it is, the harder it is? Setting that affects movement control allows higher values, allow for faster changes in direction. Ah, that's what I needed to tweak this whole. Let's try 1. Not really affecting turn speed, but it is affecting how I move, so that's interesting. Let's try 0.05. That's what that looks like. That feels really boat-like, actually. Like, the movement, at the very least, is. It's a little bit too low for the kind of game we're going for, but I think we found something. We found something. Yeah, if it wasn't for the model turning the way it's turning, this feels really good. So I wonder if we can make the mesh like lock to the rotation of movement. I know there's a way to do that somehow. I just need to remember how. Rendering, navigation. Maybe this is a class default thing. Use. I don't think it's use controller rotation. I think that's like where I look. Yeah, I thought so. Turn that off.
Robust.
There's an easy way to do this. Base turn rate? Base turn rate? Maybe that's it? This might also be my base camera turn rate, but we'll find out. Not really feeling a difference. Let's try cranking that down to 0. Maybe I'll feel it then.
You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
I ain't feeling nothing, SpongeBob, a boy. However he talks. Okay, so I don't think that's it.
SpongeBob, me Bob.
Not sure. Then again, not.
Kind of funny that him saying SpongeBob, me Bob was a meme and now it's real.
Now it's real. I have a solution in mind, but I don't want to use it because it feels wrong. Let's just let's look at what we need to mechanics wise, and we'll go from there. Right, I need to set up the widget with dead zones. I have an idea on how I want to do it, but I'm pretty sure it's the wrong way to do it. So we're just gonna wing it. Set this color to. I don't need a blueprint class. I need a user interface and blueprint widget. We'll just call this HUD.
That's so dumb. Hate it here.
Let's do That'll work. And use this as our reference circle. Let's make this size, I don't know, 750 by 750. Give 320.
There you are.
Give 330. Give 350. I love this game of try to line the dots up.
375, 380.
Negative 370 it is. Okay. So, just to make this a little more visible, the radius to be increased. Go with size 10. Okay, how about size 50? That'll work. Okay. So, if we go to here, event begin plays up here. Cut that out. We'll go to create widget. Add to viewport, and we'll choose our HUD class. Cool. That's working, but I want to be able to see our mouse, so we're going to need to go to blueprint class, make a new player controller, call it boat controller. We're going to set show mouse cursor to true, and then what I'm looking for is, I don't actually want the mouse to directly control the camera, which I think is actually as simple as, yeah, disabling these inputs right here. So let's do that. And now if we go in here, right, we need to actually set the new controller as our thing, boat controller. There we go. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to disconnect these and create new custom events. We're gonna call for the first one turn camera. We're gonna make another one, and this one is going to be called look up. And what I should have done before I copied and pasted both of those is create a input called access value. So I realize I haven't really talked about the game's camera system, so let me take a break to do that once I plug this in. So if we go back to the design document here, this red circle right here is actually the cursor, and the camera itself doesn't rotate unless your cursor reaches the edge of the circle here. Then it starts turning the camera. This giant circle is also your radar, which is pretty cool. But we're gonna try and replicate that. And if we can do that today, that'd be sick. So I know that there's like really popular methods of doing it, and I saw on my YouTube feed, you know, here's how to do it, but they were like 40 minutes long or like multiple hours long. So we're gonna do something unhinged instead. We're gonna grab 4 buttons. Apparently the throbber doesn't like being an owner, so that's fine. 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna make sure that these are centered, and we're gonna set them to be I don't know, let's say 100 by 500, and then we'll do this. Might need to be larger than that, and we'll play with it. So we'll do 500 by 100 next.
You tentacle monster, gross.
Oops. Little whoops. Five. Close enough. Do 460, and then 460 here. This one 500 by 100. Okay, I should actually talk through what I'm doing since I'm being boring right now. Essentially, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have it to where when the button is on hovered, it will add input to the user's camera. Instead of functioning like real buttons, they're just literally hitboxes, which sounds crazy, because it is, but it's an idea, and I want to try it. Anchor this in the center. We need to do 100 by 500. Wait for this. Negative 250. Cross until we get something satisfactory. Okay, so what does that look like? Good. Good. So next what we're going to do is on hovered. Oh, we should label these. Turn right. Turn left. Look up.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
You're all good. And look down. So turn right. If we go to our project settings, we can steal some of these values. Go to input, go to axis mappings, go to look up, and look up rate is different. Yeah, turn rate. So turning left is a -1, and turning right is a +1. That's what we're going to add. So we're going to need to cast to player vote. Get player character. To camera. And we're going to set the access value to 1. We're just going to test that. Nice. So, we need to find out how to add this to be a tick, though. So, maybe tick. Nope. Maybe this. I doubt that's how that's going to work, but we can try it. Yeah, no. Tick. Oh, you know what? Maybe just they're an on release. On unhovered. Here we go. First, set a new boolean. Turn right hovered. Set that to true. Match. If it's true, want to do a loop. That's not the one I want. Ah, shit. While loop? Ah, here we go. And then on unhovered, we'll just set that to false. Let's see how that works. Ooh. Okay. Uncompleted, maybe turn. How about unhovered? Not detecting that event. How about uncompleted? We'll just turn it off and see what that does. Nope, that's an infinite loop. Yep, okay, well. What if we add a delay? A retriggerable delay of 0.2 seconds. Okay. What if we break this? Nope, that's still not good. Okay. Warnings, because we already know. Let's think this through for a second. It's detecting an infinite loop because we're going to be hovering on this for a while. It's checking every tick. Oops. What did it do? Also, the music apparently stopped. Oh, excuse me for just a second. Just gotta message someone back. Okay, back to what we were doing. Is there another loop function that we should be using instead? For loop with break?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Let's just try this without the... Yeah, so that's not gonna work now. What we need to do... Now what if we do set turn? Then at the end of this, we do that. Don't think this is gonna work, but we can always try. Oof. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, right, because I didn't plug this in. Nope, even with it plugged in.
I'm gonna hop off.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm not feeling well.
Oh shoot. Sorry to hear that, man. Get some good rest.
So that's the plan. I'm sitting here like trying to stay awake, so
Oof. Alrighty then. Have yourself a good one.
I even took a nap. So yep. But you have a good night.
You too. Okay. So the hovered idea is not working in a way that's desirable, I'll admit. Gotta be some way to make it work. Excuse me. Hmm. Gotta think. Gotta think really hard. Also, these are not spaced very well. So maybe we could work on that while we think about this. Just line it up like that. So that's negative 400. Or is that, yeah, go negative 400. That one. Negative 3 here. Keep out there. Negative, about negative 400. Almost in place. Maybe just 300. Yeah, a little more even. Here's what we'll do. Just do some testing stuff. String, we'll say active. Then we'll say released. Ah, that's why. It's not checking every tick if you're still on it. Okay. Hmm. And so the reason Unreal Engine was freaking out when we were using the while loop with this variable plugged in like this is because it didn't see a way for this loop to end within this function. Even if we that so instead of a retriggerable delay, what if we just use a flat delay? Is that still gonna crash Unreal? Apparently not. But it's not turning our camera either. Oh, probably because it's not even set to true. So if we plug this in like this and try again, it'll crash Unreal. Yep. Excuse me. Maybe we should come back to this. There are other things we could be working on, like figuring out how to control where the turret spawns. Because we're still only spawning one string. Do that real quick. Okay, so it is at least trying to do one loop body. Here, let's do this. Add a print string here, because I just want to see if it's spawning 1 or 2 now. It is spawning 2. Okay, so the loops are working. It has to be plugged in with completed, I guess. Weird. If I take off loop body, we'll only do it once. Oh, it does it twice. Interesting. So it does it for each array index. So, well, at least it should be, but it's attaching to actor at the end. So if I break this and then plug this, I see one turret. So if we go back into our transform array, here, I need my camera controls back just so I can look around. Oh, right, the controller, I think. Bow controller. Oh, wait, did I even click in the game? Oh, that's why. If I turn off set show mouse cursor, there we go. Seeing that second turret though, that's what's worrying me right now. So for that second array, let's just put the turret 300 units. Only seeing one line trace, so that second turret is being acknowledged, but it's not spawning. Hmm. If we do 500, then maybe 500. Not seeing that other turret, unfortunately. What if I do world transform? And that. Okay, so yeah, it's not spawning that second turret. If I do this, though... Nope, still not spawning that second turret. Interesting. Very interesting. At least that confirms some stuff that we were worried about. I guess we can work on... Hold on, there's one more thing we could try with the widget. Just to make sure that it's functioning. Go back to our player boat. Disconnect these values. Right, gotta add that functionality back in the widget. Oh, you know what we can do? I'm so stupid. Set timer by function name. We'll call it turn right. Break this first. Drag this down. Custom event. Turn right. Oh, not gonna let us do that. Okay. How about turning right? We'll call that custom event. Turning right. What's a variable? This will be our turn right handle. We'll be looping. We'll do set turn right hovered to be true, which we don't actually have to do, but you know. And then on unhovered, we will clear and invalidate timer by handle, and it'll be this. So now, nothing works. Maybe I didn't type it right. Time, maybe 1 second. There we go. Now let's set it to 0.1. There we go. How about 0.01? Hey, there we go. Now we just got to do that for each one. So let's do you. Oh, I forgot that's how that works. Bring these in together. Oh, you know, it also might be because I have that delay. So maybe slow it down to 0.03. That's rough. 0.02. 0.01 it is. And then what if we do access value 0.5? Is that gonna slow it down? A little bit. Cool. We know this works. So what we'll do is we'll, first of all, get rid of this. Lump this up together. Make this look really nice. Turn right. Now we just gotta do this for all these other ones. So on hovered, we'll create a timer by function name. Excuse me, we'll call it look down. How about looking down? This will loop at 0.01. Look down handle. Custom event. Looking down. Then we'll just copy this. But instead of turn camera, we want to get the custom event. Look up. We want to apply a -0.5 value. And then we want to get the on unhovered. Delete that because we don't need it anymore. Clear and invalidate timer by handle. There we go. And now we group these up a little bit. Oops. Positive 0.5. There we go. Look at that. Alright, now we just gotta do the same thing for the other directions. So let's do this for our own sake here, right? Go bubble, and we'll make the turning stuff red. And we'll make the looking up stuff blue. That way we got some visual indicators in case we need to tweak this later. And we'll also put these right next to each other. I need a new timer. Call it look up handle. Looking up. Be a 0.01. Custom event. Looking up. We can actually just copy all this. -0.5. Oh, whoops. Forgot to put the unhovered. There we go. Unhovered. There. Get these up. Get that. Clear and invalidate timer by handle. So now, look up. Okay, let's do this for our own sake here. There we go. Now, we can look left, or sorry, we can look right, we can look down, and we can look up. I just gotta do this one more time for the look left option. Snag that up there. Value, we'll call this look left handle 0.01. Get a custom event. Turning left. Oh, and then we'll need to grab this. Swap the values. 0.5, negative, up. Then all we need to do now is just clear and invalidate that timer by handle. Plug that in. Look left. Nice. Now, work with our turrets. Oh, right. I swapped the controller stuff. Still works. Cool. That was way easier than I thought that was going to be. I literally was like, this is going to be one of the challenging things from the jam. Cool. So we have this working. I think we need to adjust the buttons a little bit in size. Let's try and do that. Ideally, I'd like them to overlap a little bit, so that way maybe the player would have the option to kind of like look diagonally without having to get crazy about it. But let's test it with the look right and look up button. See how that gives us. 800. Wrong one. 800. To the left. Negative 400 should do. Nope. Negative 450. Too far. Negative 490. I'm getting further. 390. Maybe 420. 425. 415. Whoops. 415. Close enough. Okay, no. The buttons overlap, so you can't actually do that. Sometimes the button should be a mouse, only mouse clickable and never a keyboard focusable. Different than that was before. Controls how the clipping behavior of this widget. Normally, content that overflows the bounds of the widget continues rendering. Okay, so that's nothing I need. Oh, excuse me. Let's just try and undo all this. Yeah, it's gonna feel a little bit clunky unless I add something here. I probably could. Let's not think too serious about it for this moment. Let's just do some render opacity stuff for the moment. We'll just set it to 0.5. Oh, sorry. I would need to do that here. 0.5. One thing I want to check is They're turning based on the relative aiming of themselves, not necessarily. We can figure that out later. We got other stuff to do, like AI. Do AI. So, okay, just got a message, making sure it wasn't anything important. How do I want to start this? So, according to my buddy who informed the design of this project, we have enemies. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, technically more enemy types. I'm not gonna have to worry about this just yet. So it might be best to start with this one right here, TP boats. They charge at you, and once they get to a certain distance, they shoot torpedoes and then run away, which is an AI format that I'm kind of familiar with. Although admittedly, not because I'm using blackboards like I should, I'm using just the blueprint itself. We'll call this enemies. Wonder if we can't just get the player boat and just tweak it. Let's rename this to enemy boat underscore parent. Then the default controller, want it to be the enemy AI. Place number 1. Auto possess player. Determines which player controller, if any, should automatically possess the pawn when the level starts or when the pawn is disabled. So we're good on that. So the next question becomes, if I throw this in here, we're not going to possess it, yeah? Nice. Okay, now that we know that that works, we need to start coming up with its AI logic, which we can take this out for. Take this out. Let's just do something really simple. The pawn is itself. Random point in, whoops. Random point in navigable radius. Get world location. Hoping it wasn't going to give me components. How about just actor location? There we go. Radius, we'll set it to be 1000. And then on success, just because we want to make sure this is working, we'll call this move. Throw this back in here. On success, move. Oops. Move. Probably shouldn't have used such a generic title for that event, but that's what we did. Now we need to add a nav mesh bounds. No. We'll just stretch this out. Let's see how it behaves. It's trying so hard to fight against the boat drifting mechanics. Seems to be doing well for itself, though. So now that we got that basic thing out of the way, we should probably come up with an enemy spawner actor. Actually document what we've done today too, while we're at it. Added widget with buttons for on hovered events to control camera on player character. And just for my own amusement, actually. We're gonna screenshot that. Do that. We'll set this to be a 3x3 image. There we go. Created enemy. What did I call it? I already forgot what I called it. Enemy boat parent. Enemy boat parent with basic wandering line. Created enemy spawner actor. I feel like we did more, but I just don't remember. So probably wasn't important. You know what we should do? Turns on boat, we're gonna need another array for available armory, because we want to be able to unlock weapons but not equip them right away, or not equip them, you know, mid-mission. So having an armory available will be really helpful for that. We also need a boat game, I'm realizing. So we'll do it in here. Game mode base. We'll call this combat game mode. And let's, no, that's fine. That's fine. And we need to set the default stuff. So we want the boat controller. We want the, I'm blind. Where is it? Player boat. And I think that's all we do. Then we just need to go in here and change the game mode to the combat game mode. We should see basically no change. I'm so glad that we got that mechanic figured out so quickly. The boat turning and the turret, even if it's jank, it still exceeded how soon I was expecting for us to figure that out. So that's neat. And I think our timer is about to ring. We'll take a break early. I want to do some stretches. So let's make this entertaining for you guys. I open this up. Bear with me. Now, sorry for the annoying sounds. Okay, we're gonna do a new timer. We'll call this stretches / exercise. We're gonna set this for 10 minutes. I need to do at least 10 minutes of stretches and exercise. Before I turn on this timer, oh, that's not right. Wise. Here. And let's start the timer. Start doing some stretches. I gotta move my chair out of the way. Alright. Start timer. Here we go. You know what? If it'll let me. Window capture. Window capture. Timer. Oh, can it not detect the program? Hold on. Oh, that's not gonna let me do it. Try something else. Can't see the timer. I'm wasting too much time on this. 10 minutes starting now. Let's do some stretches. All right. Five. Can't hear me. Far from my mic. I can fix this. That's not it. Okay, test. Okay, yeah, you can hear me now. It's much more sensitive, but it must be done. Okay, back to stretching. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do some lunges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Touch toes, I guess. I can't really touch my toes, but you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Got about 7 more minutes, so I guess we'll just do some jumping jack, get some blood flow. Let's do jumping jacks for about 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. I haven't really done much exercise in a good minute, so this is probably the most I'm gonna get when I'm doing these breaks. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Alright, we'll do some squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I got a message on Discord apparently. Let me check it out. Excuse the jank. Oh, hold on. We have someone to invite. Let's see if he'll join us here. Oh, those jumping jacks. Okay, we still need to do something.
Hello?
Oh, hello there. How's it going?
Well enough. I haven't been in this in quite a while.
I know, right? I decided to set it up that way in case the Discord age verification thing kicks in while we're doing this stuff.
Oh. I thought they decided that that wasn't going to happen.
No, it's still happening. At least last I heard. I looked it up last night. I mean,
Okay.
if you got different information, that'd be great. Okay. I'm just,
Well,
you actually caught me, I don't know if I had the chance to tell you, but I set up these timers that ring every 2 hours. So that way I'm forced to take a 10-minute break from development to get some exercise and remember to eat and drink. Yeesh. Let me turn the stream back to the normal channel. There we go. I set up my full body capture stuff so that way when I do my exercises, there's something for people to watch instead of just hearing me in the background. So the jam started.
Oh, cool.
And we've actually, honestly, we figured out some of the stuff that I was worried was going to take the longest to learn today.
Mm-hmm.
So the camera doesn't turn unless you're at the edge of the dead zone.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up figuring a jank way of doing it, but it's a way of doing it.
Okay.
Basically, there's buttons on your HUD, and you hover on the buttons to start turning. It's not clean, it's not perfect, but it works. I figured out how to get the turrets to respond to where the player is looking and shooting. Oh, Awen has some info on Discord. They only slightly walked back the partner they were sending your IDs to, not the ID thing itself. Okay, yeah. But yeah, I got a way for the turrets to operate to where the player is looking and shooting. I got a way to load load the turrets that the player owns and wants on the ship. I still haven't figured out how to put them on the ship in specific ways, but we'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
I just started working on AI when I hit that timer, so. But yeah, development's going surprisingly well so far. I was panicking at the start, but we should be good now. How about you? How are things on your side?
Not too bad. Like, I'm still slightly recovering from my cold and whatnot. Because, not sure if I told you, but
no, you have not told me.
okay. So last week on like Friday, I got like a cold, right? Started feeling it a bit earlier on Thursday, but Friday is when I knew. I was like, oh shit, I got a cold. Then on Saturday, I got food poisoning.
Food poisoning?
Uh-huh. So
From what?
from a pasta bowl. I think the cream in it was just bad. I don't know. That's something that it probably wouldn't have taken me out if I didn't already fight a cold, or I wasn't already fighting a cold.
Probably.
So going from, just a bit icky to, oh, yeah, I'm puking my guts out. And so I spent most of the week in bed, pretty much.
That's rough.
Yeah. Here we are. Next day. Or next whatever. Whatever this is.
Whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Let's try something silly. One of the things that I think I told you that I was likely going to struggle with, but I'm hoping to make it work, is having the turrets stay on the player ship while, operating.
Mm-hmm.
And letting you place them wherever. So currently, what I figured out so far, and this is where I'm currently stuck. I don't know if you have the stream open, but I can talk through it a little bit.
No, I don't.
That's fine. I created a save system where I hit one button, I possess every turret on the map. I hit another button, I save it in my inventory. I hit one more button, and it loads my save and pulls all the turrets from the inventory and spawns them in the world and lets me possess them.
Okay.
Fairly simple stuff so far. And for the viewers on stream, this is how it works. Pretty neat. I found a node that lets me attach actors to each other. So if I do that, and yeah, just do that. Hit enter. The turret will spawn right above the player and still aim with them. It'll move with them, which is really nice. But I can't control where on the player it spawns. So that's the current challenge. The other challenge is, for some reason, it's not spawning all of the turrets. It's only spawning one of them. So clearly I'm doing something wrong that's not letting me do this correctly. What if I just use a normal for loop? Nope, can't do that. For each loop, maybe? Because I think I was doing a for loop with break. Nope, same issue. That's unfortunate. I'm not entirely sure why it's giving me such an issue. I wonder, what if I add... No, because that should just kind of work. Let's do this. Punch drain. Yeah, it's not looping properly. I'm not entirely sure why. What if I... No, that's not it. Let's go back to the turret. Huh, that's different. Okay, so what if... Oh, that's not ideal. It's the turret is rotating around the player now. Not sure how I pulled that off. What if I do snap to target? We'll keep it there. It's attached to the camera. Okay. So what if I try... Attach actor to component. And the parent component will be the static mesh. Snap to target, snap to target, snap to target. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's too far to the side, so let's assume if I set these back to 0, will that make it more in line? What's I don't know what I did wrong. I just know it's wrong. Why is it doing that? Okay, so giving it a transform is working, but for some reason it's rescaling itself. That's what I'm struggling to understand here. So first off, just to make our lives a little bit less hell, let's disable collisions on the turret. I wonder if that transform is actually applying to everything when it shouldn't be. So what if I split the struct, and instead of doing transform, just do location and rotation? Nope, it is still deforming itself for some reason. What if I just do get actor, get scale? No. Get world scale? Nope. It still wants to make itself big. I wonder if the reason why is because of that. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Didn't think so. Why are you doing this? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to disable its ability to look around with the player just so I can see what's going on with it. Why are you like this?
Mischief.
Oh, you know what it's doing?
Nope.
Okay. So I'm using the attach actor to component, and it comes with 3 options. You can change the location, you can change the rotation rules, and you can change the scaling rules. I put snap to target for all 3, which means it's also snapping the size of itself to match the size of the boat. I need to do keep relative, I think.
Interesting.
Evidently that is not the case. Okay, what about keep world?
Good dot.
Oh, that did it. Okay, so now I have accidentally created a first person, or not first person, but over the shoulder turret perspective on the boat. But on the bright side, it is actually holding its position on the boat. So I think I found out a way to implement the turrets on boat surface by pure accident, and also not the way I was originally planning to do it. I don't know.
Want to know how I believe the original game did it?
Actually, yeah, go ahead.
So instead of like going to the perspective of like a turret, they had a secondary camera set to where the conning tower was that had a variable zoom.
I can see that. And
For the
variable zoom is
bridges.
actually pretty easy to set up. Like, if I were to just throw something together right now, just make a custom event. Not custom event. Let's get the right mouse button. Get our follow camera. Set FOV. Or field of view. Make sure we get the original value, 90. We'll set the new value to 45. When we release the mouse button, we'll unzoom. If we try that, and it didn't unzoom. Why are you like this? Oh, that's why. I set it to 45 on both. That's on me. Computer code, why aren't you doing the thing I told you to do? The computer code doing exactly what I told it to do.
I don't know. Why'd you tell me to do this?
So now the downside is when I'm right mouse button, I can't turn the camera. Oh, Awen caught on to why the turret was wide. Sorry, I missed your message. But yeah,
Hop into.
the field of view is pretty easy to do. I just realized I didn't turn off the full body capture, so it's actually still trying to capture me. There you go. Turn yourself off for just a second. It's not turning itself off. Well, I guess that camera's just gonna have to stay on then. Okay. So we now have a way of adding turrets to the boat. The downside being we still haven't figured out a way to spawn multiple turrets on said boat. Oh wait, is it maybe because... For each loop, do that. Maybe what I'm doing wrong is I'm doing the for loop after the save game. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. So if I drag this out, oh, that's what I'm doing, I think. No, wait. No, no, no.
Casey, is your head currently positioned slightly forward?
Yes, because I'm leaning in my chair again.
With the bangs on your model, you have like the total like murder stare going.
At least it's accurate to my real life persona. Lore accurate kaijucon. Okay, so I think what I need to do is I'm having it set the turret array. Okay, English. Let me say it in English. I'm gonna try my best to say this in English. So, when you load your save, it finds your save and asks the save, how many turrets are supposed to be on your boat? What I've been doing is having the save directly tell your boat how many turrets it should have, and then trying to spawn them all at once. Which I think is an incorrect order of operations. I think the save should do it one at a time instead of all at once. I think. Emphasis on I think. So we're gonna try it and see if maybe that's how this works. So first, we need to take the boat and make it ask, how many turrets should I have? That way it does it one at a time. And then once it realizes it has one turret, it will spawn it. Then it'll ask again, do I have another turret? Then it will spawn that turret. And then on the final time, it'll say, do I have another turret? It'll say no, and it'll stop. I think. We're about to find out. Nope, I was wrong. So in other words, if I plug this in. Okay, so now what if I, just for testing purposes, plug this string back in. Back in a bit, okay. It's still only spawning one turret. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Here's what we'll do. New keybind, because I don't have enough already that aren't listed anywhere. We'll take all this. And I want it to show me get turrets on boat. Break. Print string. Or print string. Oh, that's console commands on Unreal. Okay, well, I guess I shouldn't use that input now, should I? How about keyboard M? Okay, so that doesn't work. Can I maybe print the array index? Let's break this. Zero. So the save only saved one turret. That's so weird. Why isn't it saving all of them? Unless... Nope, that still makes a make array. What if I add a second one? Hold on. Plug this back in. Still only spawning one turret. Okay. Oh, wait. Still only spawning one turret. I'm not sure why it's doing that. So something's wrong with not with the way that it's saving, but the way that it's loading. Utilities array. Nope. Utilities array. Length. Ooh, we got something. It's not really what I need though. That's the tricky part. That's the tricky part. Maybe I do need a for each loop break. Nope. Loop. Index. Last index. Oh, is this going to be the solution? That's going to be kind of annoying if this is the solution. Here, let's just set this up. Okay. Let's just see if this works first. Let's do a print string. I don't know how many I'm supposed to have, so this will be interesting. That's not gonna work. Well, if I do completed, it's gonna say hello, isn't it? Only once. Why isn't it looping through multiple of these boats? Well, this for loop's also not asking for the array, so that might also be part of my problem. What is reverse each loop? I don't think that's going to be it. Okay. Let's do this. Print string. I just want to see how many indexes there are in this, just to make sure our saving system is working correctly. -1. That's not reassuring. 0, 9, 8. Enter. -1. Okay. Let's just review what we've got here. We should also comment on these. So this will be shoot all owned turrets. And we should actually update this as well. Get all actors of class. Get all actors with tag. That's what we should be doing. Get out of here. Okay, so if we hook this back up, and then if we possess them, yep, working as intended. Huh. Okay, at least we know that works, so let's make that visible. Zoom. We'll just call it that. Okay. Let's start separating this out so we can see what we're doing properly here. Testing. And this one is save possessed turrets. Testing possess turrets. And I should make these an ugly color so I know that I can't keep these functions. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Okay. Enter should be load save and spawn turrets. testing, load save, and spawn turrets. I can't read it from here. I think I spelled something wrong. Load save and spawn turrets. Okay, no. I spelled everything right somehow. That's good. That's very good. Let's keep it that way. Okay, so on enter, does a save game exist? Yes or no? We have a save game. We know we have a save game because it's triggering. We cast to the boat save state, and we ask, how many turrets are in your boat array? For each loop of break, or for each loop, sure. Spawn? Nope. Oh wait, maybe we can do get class? Spawn? Nope. Object class reference, actor class reference. Ah, okay. That's kind of annoying, I won't lie. There's gotta be a way to do this that I'm just not thinking of. I wonder. Okay, component. Nope. I wonder, this might be silly, but I have this currently as object reference. If I change this to actor object reference, will that change anything? Hold on. Drop that. Get class. Nope. Whoa. Oh, I see. Oh, hold on. Actor. Break this link, break this link. Break this link. Okay. So if I go back to the spawning area, get class. Why? Maybe. Oh, okay. Well, Then this should work. Ah, screw you. That's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, whatever. If that works... Nope. Failed building connection with actor class reference is not compatible with object class reference. Oh, you changed your mind. Okay, well, What if I cast to turret? Okay, well. We have a double cast. We can fix this later, but I want to make sure this works first. It's not working. It's not working. Is it failing here, though? No, it's failing before that. Okay. I bet you it's not even looping again. If I do this, for example. Oh, that's not even working. Okay, let's back up. Here, let's possess the boats, add them to our array. Yeah, 9 is save. Zero adds all actors of class turret parent to the array. Okay, so that's something's not working. It seems to be breaking down about here, because if I do print string here, that works just fine. So something about the for loop is not working. Let's pull up. Oh, my music stopped again. How long has that been there? Let's pull up Unreal Engine's documentation and take a look at that. Unreal Engine for loops. Can I get the official documentation, please? Seems like they don't have like a document specifically for it, but they do have. I should specify blueprints. That's on me. I should have specified. Let's see. Okay. There's my for each loop. There's the array. It's going into it. It says I should be able to do this. I don't think that's how that works. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, you know what? It's because I'm reading this post clearly now. So the issue appears, I could be wrong. This is currently set as an object reference. And when you're using the spawn actor from class, you need to have a class reference. So if we change this to first of all, we need to get actor. And then our options are, our object reference, class reference. I chose object reference. If we change this to class reference, supposedly that'll fix things. Recompile this, that's gonna give us errors, that's okay. Break this. Break this. For each loop. Put the array index down here. We're going to need to convert this to a class reference as well. Break this. Get class, make array, okay, so now in theory when we hit enter, it'll ask our save for the turrets, and then it'll get their class, spawn by class, do the fun jazz, but we'll find out. I don't think it's working still. Break this maybe? Okay, so if I don't loop it and just do this, what does it do? Nothing still, evidently. We've made it nowhere. Okay, I have an idea, because all the solutions I'm seeing are not quite working out. So what I think we'll do instead is, instead of just this array, right, of actors, what if we just have a count of each turret type, which means we got to do some reviewing of my notes, but that's fine. Multi-barrel cannons, anti-air guns, torpedo, single barrel cannons, railgun, laser guns, and missile launcher. That's a list. So let's do single barrel cannons first. We're still doing good on time. Single barrel cannons count. Turn that into an integer. And then what we'll do is we'll add an array of single barrel cannons transforms array. God, that's a long thing, but it should help. Excuse me. Let me get a sip of something. So, turn this to just an integer. Means we're gonna have to rework all this, but that's fine. So, when we possess turrets, we want a count of them. So let's I gotta really think. I think I'm getting distracted by just seeing all this, and that's really hurting me at the moment. So let's do this. Turn this into an integer, make this a single node. And then let's get rid of this. We'll do an increment integer and just add this. Then we'll slide this a little bit to the right. We'll do a print string. That way we can get a count of how many turrets are we possessing. So we got 2 turrets in possession. So when we save, save empty slot, what we want to do, set single barrel cannon count and set it equal to our turret count. Then clear this up. Loop. We'll get single barrel cannons count. First index will be 0, last index will be that. Turrets, parents. We'll do that. So ideally it should loop this twice. So just to test that actually. Turret. You know what, actually? Let's get a little silly with this. Give me an append. Turret space number. And then we'll do it based on the index. Turret number 0. That's disheartening. Oh, well, we didn't save either, so hold on. 0. 9 to save. Nope, it's still not right doing it. What if I swap these? Turret 0. Okay, what do you want from me? 0 to possess, 9 to save. Enter to load. Break this off. Let's make sure this 9 is saving the value we want to save. That might be important. Actually, I haven't seen the print string that says that it's not saving. Probably because I didn't do this. Oh my god, that's what it took. Okay, so now theoretically, right? Break this off. Just in case, we might need one more transform array here. 0, 0, 100. Let's do 100, 50, 50. And this last array will do, I don't know, 25, 25, 100. Oh my god, that's all it took. I'm so upset. At least it's figured out. Okay, let's try and spread these out. Let's do 100 by 100. We'll do 300 by 300. Oh, they're staying relative to the center. That's not what I want. Okay. Keep relative location, maybe? Keep world rotation, maybe. Nope. Snap to target. Let's do keep world. I'm not sure why we're having seizures now, but we are. It might be Windows 11 having seizures. Man, all of that because I didn't add that load game from save slot. That kind of hurts. That kind of hurts a lot. Man, what is going on? My performance is all over the place. I might need to restart Unreal. That might be the long and short of it. Oh, nope, even my Word document. So it's Windows 11. Gotta love it. Create a turret events for loop for turret shooting events. Boot save to save owned turrets, which we did not do. We changed it to save turrets. Count. To receive turrets. Count. And then we used for loops. Make sure we're speaking to this correctly here. Man, what is going on? Used for loops to spawn correct counts of turrets. From save game. And place in designated transforms around player boats. Man, I'm gonna have to do something because like my whole system is hitching for no reason. Let me see if I can close the programs. That might help. Nope. Was it because the clock is counting down? Doubt it. Close one of those browser tabs. Maybe that'll help. Let me see if I can tweak some stuff here. Da, 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 da. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Might have to play with this later. Okay, well, let's continue writing this up then. Okay. Wrong window. Sorry, you had to see that. Let's add a to-do note here. To do when creating boats mesh, ensure there is at least one bone to allow attach to sockets for turrets. Cool. Let's fix those transforms. Keep relative. Do wish they stuck with the mesh. Well, maybe I can do that actually. Wonder if it's this value here that needs to be tweaked. Not quite. So maybe we'll do 50 and 100 here, and zeros here. Well, now the issue is that they're doing a Congo line, but at least they're in line with the camera rotation. Okay. We can get rid of this if my computer doesn't keep freaking out. We're gonna open up Task Manager, see what I can close out here. Let's try closing. We'll close this. I'm not sure why it's hitching so hard. I'll do a system cleanup or something after the stream. Okay. Saying I was going to work on the game mode. I think my computer just froze. Jeez, that was quite the hitch. I don't know why my computer's freaking out so hard right now. Let's close some windows just in case. I wonder if it's... Let's just optimize it now. And then we'll also do this cleanup. Hopefully that'll help it out. Okay, we'll be the judge of that later. Okay. So what we're gonna do is add a custom event. We'll call this start wave. We'll have the game mode control, what enemies spawn and how many. And let's be preemptive. Let's assume we're gonna add these TP boats, the destroyers, and the cruisers. So let's add a variable here. TP boat spawn count. This will be an integer. What was the other one? I already forgot. Destroyers and cruisers. Destroyer spawn counter. Then cruiser spawn counter. Compile and save. Okay, so we need to start thinking about how these waves are going to spawn. I think I might just steal the structure of the Spooky Jam for those who might have been there for that, which is to say we start by introducing one enemy type at a time by themselves. But instead of doing like high quantities, we'll break it down into waves. So just to make sure I get this straight in my head, let's create a new folder called enumerations. We'll call it wave spawn method. TP boat intro. So this will be TP boats in small wave. TP boat medium. TP boats in large quantity. Excuse me. Next, destroyer intro.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I figured out why the turrets weren't spawning.
Oh.
So, I thought it was a lot of things. You know, oh, maybe I'm using the wrong thing, like I was using an array. And after, I want to say 20 minutes of deliberation, I finally said, screw it, we're not going to use an array. We're going to ask the player, how many turrets do you own and how many did you put on your boat? The actual solution was up here. When I was trying to save my turrets, I didn't load the save slot to save it to. I was just saving to nothing. So
Okay.
that was pretty painful. But on the bright side, now when I load my save, I have 3 turrets. So now I'm just working on defining how the waves will spawn for a little bit, and then I'll start working on the enemy AI and such from there.
Okay.
I think your microphone switched, by the way.
Microphone switched?
Yeah, you sound very different.
Well, we are talking through...
Ah, right. You have different settings there, huh?
Probably. Let's see.
You have to go to your Steam settings, not the chat settings.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, it is. John and I found out today.
Okay.
Let's do TP destroyer. We'll just mix these units.
Settings. This.
And then finally, cool. So now what we'll do?
Can you even hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. How's that sound?
A lot better.
Okay. Wait, what was it talking through then? My Oculus is dead.
I don't know.
It's the only other microphone.
Switch on wave spawn method. So what we're gonna do to make this work, right? Here's our enumeration. We're going to get a select node. And normally, You know, just you would do, you know, random integer in range and, you know, randomize the waves, but we're not doing that because we'd like to at least kind of build up to the bigger fights in this game. You know, at least try to have structure. 2 more waves. Cruising medium. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this wave count, but instead of plugging it in directly, we're going to do something different. Because the issue with plugging in the wave count directly is, my plan is to obviously use, you know, integer increment, you know, to count the waves up. Issue being is that you're going to hit a limit. And if you exceed that limit, this enumeration stops working. But at the same time, if you clamp it, like this, it means that you're stuck on wave 8 forever. So after wave 8, what we're going to do is we're going to take the spawn counts for each of our units here and increase it. But we're also going to make sure that there is an upper limit to how many units can be spawned in the level to prevent the game from crashing trying to spawn 100 enemies at the same time. Or have the player fight 100 enemies, because that's excessive. So we'll start building that out in a few minutes. We'll set this first. We're just gonna spitball numbers because we won't know how fair or unfair this game is until we playtest it.
Instant death.
I mean, I remember Spooky Jam very vividly. Unfair is certainly a way to describe that final project.
Yep.
Since destroyers are meant to be a lot more aggressive, but also slower, yeah, we can keep the numbers. It doesn't matter. Okay, cruisers. From the way you were describing cruisers to me, it doesn't sound like they would be tough on their own. But
Well, they're more heavily armored than a destroyer, but less than a battleship.
Oh shoot, I'm not reading.
Like, real world reason cruisers existed was for pretty much an armor, a destroyer hunter.
Ah.
Well, actually, that's not really true. Cruisers were kind of the standard. Destroyers were made for destroying torpedo boats. Torpedo boats were made for destroying more heavily armored warships. And battleships were made as giant gun platforms.
Interesting.
It's like, you need to destroy that fortification that's within a mile of land of the ocean. Okay, let's freaking blow that shit up.
Then we'll get a little bit ridiculous here, but when you hit wave 8 and beyond, we just add 3 of every unit to every wave. Just see how the player handles that. Oh, I went to go visit my my family last night, and I was showing them the project I told you about for work. And when I was just showing them the playtest version, they were like, "Oh, wow, this is really cool. You know, I can see this benefiting people." And then I showed them the formulas and algorithms that I developed to make that possible. And they went, "You're speaking like you're from another planet." I was like, oh, I don't know how else to talk about this stuff. Because I started using terms like, you know, widget, function, integer, string, you know, just Unreal Engine terminology. And it's just like, sorry, I don't know how to communicate this information any other way. Okay. We also want to trigger a custom event. I don't think we need to actually add that, but just in case, I have it there if I need it. Okay, think. What else do I need to do? I need a player controller for, well, let me double check something. Input yaw scale, input pitch scale, da 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 da. Trace distance. Distance to trace when computing click events. Okay, that's not what I need. What I'm looking for is a way to manage how far the mouse can move left or right. So that way the turning dead zone thing works a little more efficiently. Maybe that's something I could just do in here.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. Google time. Apparently, it's in the project settings. FOV scale, Viewport properties, capture mouse on launch, default viewport mouse capture mode. Not seeing it, but I don't know. Okay, let me play a little second so I can jog my brain a little bit what I want to work on next. I guess we can block out a test map. That's something I haven't done. Map. Oh. That's dark. Let's add a directional light. Let's get a bsky sphere. Aha! Then let's get a cube. And let's make this cube, first of all, coordinate 0. Let's make it 5,000 by 5,000. Okay, is there a reason this thing is so yellow? Directional light. This one, please. There we go. And then if we go to the directional light, can we change? Not really. So it has to do with the skylight here. It's still so bright. Let's grab a player spawn. Just see what this looks like. Oh, it's so bright. It hurts. Why is it so bright? I wonder if I use... That just made things worse. What about this one? Again, that's not actually adding much. Oh, it has a yellow texture. There we go. It's ugly, but at least my eyes aren't melting anymore. Okay. think 5,000 by 5,000 by 5,000 feels pretty big. One thousand by 1,000 feels big too, but it might actually be just the right amount for what we're doing here. Okay. Let's start figuring out this enemy spawner actor business here. So, we'll create a custom event called spawn enemies. We're going to give it a timer by event. Custom event. It's going to be you know what? Let's do this. This may not be a better way, but it is a way that I think is a good idea, so we're going to try this. We're going to make an enemies enumeration. So right now we're planning on having 3 enemy types. There's the TP boat, there's the destroyer, and then there's the cruiser. And what we're going to do in the enemy spawner is we're going to make 3 variables. TP boat count, destroyer boat count. Make sure these are integers as well. One more for the cruiser count. We're gonna do spawn custom event spawn units. We're gonna branch. Switch on enemies enumeration. Make a new number, we'll call it enemies enum. Select node. Make sure this loops, and we'll delay the spawns to 1 second each. Just in case, 3 seconds. Promote the timer to a variable, we'll call it the spawn timer handle. Okay, so first we'll do that. Cruiser, is it greater than 0? Actually, let me think of a second. I'm realizing I didn't think this through the way I thought I did. Okay, so the game mode is going to, let's close what we're not using right now. Okay. Then it's gonna get all actors of class. And it's gonna search for these enemy spawners. And for each enemy spawners, it's going to cast to enemy spawner actor and set their boat counts equal to oh, I had it in my head and now I've lost it. Let's assume there are 3 enemy spawners on the map. So we would need to do we'll do divided by 3. Yeah, there we go. So if we have, I should do this before I forget why I did this. Enemies, enemy spawner actor. So what we're gonna do, let's make sure our camera speed is set really high so we can actually fly around this map. We're gonna set 3 spawner actors down. Until we decide we need more. That way, the game mode's going to ask how many of enemy spawners are on the map. The answer is 3. And then for each individual one it's talking to, it's going to take its total boat count, divided by 3, and make that how many enemies the spawner is responsible for. So if we say we need to spawn 6 enemies for this encounter, each spawner will spawn 2. There we go. That's how this is going to work. Okay. Now, to figure out how to flow that down to the actual spawner. Maybe what we'll do is just have it incrementally go through enemies enum. So first we'll tell it to branch, excuse you, branch. First is TP boats greater than 0. If yes, it will spawn the actor from class. And we'll break the link so it doesn't cause an error. And if no, it'll add an increment to the enemy's enumeration. Oops. So that way, as this timer is going, it'll start draining the TP boat count first, then it'll start draining the destroyer count, and then it'll start draining the cruiser count. And then, just to kind of expedite this process a little bit, just spawn this like this, hook this up with the destroyers. Do this one more time. But when you get to the cruisers, if cruiser count equals 0, instead of adding in increments to the enemy's enumeration, we're going to set enumeration back to 0, and then we're going to clear and invalidate that timer by handle. So that way the enemy spawner isn't trying to continuously spawn enemies it doesn't have any of. Yeah, that makes a semblance of sense. We'll have to actually make spawnable enemies to test this, but it should work on paper. Okay. Let's add nav bounds mesh volume so the enemies can actually wander on these planes. Give that a second to load so we don't crash the computer. Is this really just high enough off the ground to not calculate the navigation? Yes, it is. There we go. Now it's calculating. So now, let's do a little test, because we do have enemy boats. Let's tell the combat game mode to start with the 3 TP boats. So we'll go back to the player and we will... Let's change the function of the number 9 button. So instead of saving all the turrets we possess, we will cast to the combat game mode, gets game mode, and start wave. Make sure all that is lined up. Okay. Oh, I didn't hook up the enemy spawners correctly. Hold on. That might be important. Enemy boat parent. Right, spawn transform. Let's just grab the enemy spawner actors world transform. I'm not sure if that did anything. Oh, you know what? Get all actors of class, set TP boats. I didn't tell. the game mode to tell the enemy spawners to start spawning stuff. This is why we try to pay attention to what we're doing here. Spawn enemies. Okay, let's trace back our steps. When the player presses 9, let's also add a print string just so we know this is working correctly. Print string. Spawn. Okay, when we press 9, it'll say spawn and tell the game mode to start a wave. When it starts a wave, it's going to start by doing the TP boat intro wave, which will put the wave counter from 0 to 1 and set TP boat spawn counts to 3. Then it will get every enemy spawner on the map and tell every single one of them, hey, set your TP boat spawn count to whatever divided by 3, which should be 1 each on wave 1. And once you do that, then spawn enemies. When they spawn enemies, they trigger a timer that runs every 3 seconds and loops, which will spawn units. And first thing it does is check if they have TP boats, and if they do, spawn it. Then repeat the process. It won't repeat the process unless I add the spawn units, huh? Spawn units. Okay. It'll keep doing that until it runs out. And then when it does, it'll ask the enumeration to go up, and it'll go up. Cool. Now it should work. Spawn, okay. Oh, infinite loop. Oh, okay, yeah, I know what's going on. So what we need to do then is... Oh, wait, we don't need to call the event again, because that's what the timer is for. I don't know why I did that. Oh, there's a boat. Let's go say hi. God, we're slow. Oh yeah, Joe. For the boat movement, I reduced the player's ability to decelerate. They can, it's just hard. And then I also reduced friction, so that way you're always moving in the last direction you pressed. It kind of feels like a boat. Unfortunately, if you look on the screen, I can wiggle my boat excessively. I'm not sure how that works. I need to look into that. But at least the movement itself is operating as intended. It's more so the model is not. And it appears that none of these boats are moving. Now, is it because they're stuck against each other? Yes. It was because they were stuck on each other. There are also more boats than there should be. Here, hold on. Let's do this. So now all of them will tell us when they spawn a boat. Okay, that's 3 boats. That's 6 boats. That's 9 boats. Okay, why are you going higher? Oh, right, I didn't... Right, okay, hold on. The timer is not being cleared and invalidated for some reason. I think that's what's going on. Just in case, we'll say print string and change the text to goodbye. Let's see if they're just running the function forever. Three boats. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter that that's happening because all of them should only have one boat. So why are they spawning more than one boat each? Okay, back to the combat game mode. Okay, so enumeration starts at wave 0. Wave 0 increases the wave count, sets boats, TP boats to 3. Get all actors of class enemy spawner, which there are only 3 of. Yes, there's only 3 of. Uh-oh. Is my computer about to crash again?
No.
Auto-saving out-of-date packages. Unreal, I swear to God. Let's close some windows. Okay. All actors should only get 1 boat each. Then spawn the enemies. And when it's done, it should just stop. Start a timer by event every 3 seconds. Do that. When you do that, switch on enumeration and ask yourself, do you have TP boats? Do you have more than 0 TP boats? If you do, oh, you know what's happening? I'm not actually subtracting the number of boats as soon as I spawn them. That's what's happening. So if I take this and do a decrement, that should fix it. Math is hard. Okay, so that's 3 boats. Yep, that fixed it. Wow, I'm bad at this. But hey, we did it. And just in time too, because it's 10 o'clock. I know the timer says 12 minutes left, but I intended to stop the stream at 10. So this is where we'll stop for now. Let's just notate our implementations for today. Okay, so we also created combat game mode. Let's be consistent in our font. So in the combat game mode, we used a wave enumeration to control spawn counts of enemy units. These counts are flowed down to the enemy spawner actor. And then in the enemy spawner actor section, we'll just go down here and we'll say on start spawn set timer by event name spawn units and use an enemy enumeration to check availability of all units prior to canceling the timer by event. And then we also created a new level, so we'll just document that real quick. Created new level. Placed 3 enemy spawners inside. well, 3 enemy spawners and navigation bounds mesh. Honestly, we shot above and beyond my goals for today, so pretty neat. We'll have to set up our goals for tomorrow, but that's a tomorrow Casey thing. And my computer seems like it's trying to have a stroke, so I think I'll give it an opportunity to chill. So we'll be back tomorrow at around 11 a.m. So for those of you who want to tune in for that, you can catch me there. We'll be streaming pretty much the whole day. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys tomorrow.